Well, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. Thank you so much for joining us this wonderful Monday morning. We do have a visiting artist here in our studio. Our visiting artist has instructed our glass makers that you see in our center studio to create a Mobius strip. Now, we have an example of this Mobius strip on your right-hand side of the Hot Shop studio on our pedestal. Now, a Mobius strip is a surface with one continuous side. The way that we are going to produce this Mobius strip is by first producing almost a plate or bowl shape that we can then begin to manipulate. Now, my name is David. If you have questions, let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name, and we can discuss the glass blowing process. So the flame that we are using to make the glass more malleable is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's directly in front of us, and it's right below our audience here. Now, this chamber is powered by natural gas, which is our fuel source, and forced air. Now, if I lose you throughout the demonstration, you let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name. I can be right on over. Now, we are using a mixture of different tools and also heat. Now, you'll notice that one of our glass makers will stand by on this end to blow air through a blowpipe. The steel rod that we are using here today is essentially a really giant metal straw. It is made out of stainless steel, so it's a very poor conductor of heat. If we take a close inspection, we will notice that this rod goes from its shiny stainless steel to a dull gray and black. Now, glass making is all about teamwork, as we can see here. We're standing by to add pressure through the blowpipe. Whenever we see wooden paddles being used in the studio, they're made out of fruit wood, but they're used to shield our glass makers from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Now, our furnace is the oven on your right-hand side. This is where all our molten glass is being brought out of. It's hard to believe, but our mass at one point was sitting inside of our furnace. And we have approximately 1,000 pounds of this molten material. Now, it's time to transfer our mass onto another rod. This is so we can begin to work on the opposite end. Now, Brandon, are you going to make this into a disc, slice it in half, or this is going to be kind of more like oblique? Okay. So you're going to use one half of it, or use the whole thing? Okay. Okay. Well, this new handle that's attached is only temporary, so it needs to be strong, but it also needs to be weak enough to break in the later demonstration. Now, our Mobius strip shape is a quite complex shape. So the way we're going to create this complex shape is by making it a basic shape that we can then twist, turn, cut, and manipulate. So we're going to create a basic bowl shape or even a cone shape. Now, the gentleman in the center is Brandon. He is our gaffer. The gaffer is what we use to describe the person who's in charge. So Brandon is in charge of creating today's shape, although our visiting artist is closely standing by. And our visiting artist, Reilly, Donovan, is working with emerging technology and mixed reality. And I just want to give everyone a heads up. Right now, we're just warming up with this shape, but later on, after this is complete, we are going to be creating a reticello pattern. A reticello pattern is essentially the pinnacle of glass making. It's a very intricate pattern. It takes several hours to create. It's one of the most difficult things to create in glass. And we are going to be attempting that project later on and apply this unique pattern on the surface of our unique objects that will be created later today. And I'm very, very excited to see this reticello pattern. It is a very beautiful pattern, but it is very time consuming. I'm very excited to see this pattern since I very rarely see this pattern, although it is the pinnacle of glass making. A lot of artists tend to stay away from this pattern due to the difficulty of it, creating it. Well, if we see a little smoke or fire coming from the glass, some of our tools utilize beeswax to minimize scratching. For that case, if we see fire or smoke, it can oftentimes just be that beeswax burning away. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Right now, we are going to create a Mobius strip. This is a warm-up project for today's demonstration. Now we are going to create this complex shape by breaking this shape into a basic shape here. So we are going to begin to cut and eventually pull and stretch this mass. Now the chamber that we're using in the center is called a glory hole. It's approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's powered by natural gas. Now, unlike other pieces of equipment, this chamber is turned off at night to save energy. So although the museum opens at 10 o'clock, we turn on some of our ovens at 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, my name is David. If you have questions, let me know. I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of the glass blowing process. One of our shaping tools is none other than the Wall Street Journal newspaper. That's right, the Wall Street Journal. It's a great shaping tool. If we're lucky, it will last us a week, but typically it just lasts us a few days. When we blow air, or in this case as we're using centrifugal force to pull the walls of the glass, we can use that wet pattern newspaper to control the mass. Now we often get asked, does staring inside of this intense heat damage our eyes? Now when we're using this chamber, there is a screen mesh that we tend to look through, and it really does minimize the heat and the glare that we face when working with this material. Anytime we see wood being utilized in the studio, we can always assume it's made out of some form of fruit wood, like cherry wood. As a bonus, besides having a longer lifespan when they burn, it smells like a barbecue in our studio. Now, by chilling out in the open, we're stabilizing the glass. Now, our mass is quite thick. We did this on purpose since we are going to pull and stretch this mass. So we have a little bit of leeway. Because of this mass, it will hold and retain its heat for a longer period of time. Now, we do want to cut into our mass so we can begin to create our Mobius strip. So using this intense flame, approximately 4,500 degrees, it is hot enough to boil away even the clear glass that we are using, but it is a mixture between propane and oxygen. Now, we often get asked, do we need to worry about the safety of our eyes due to the intense flame that we face? But more importantly, we need to focus around the metals or gases, actually, that are produced when using these intense flames. Well, things are going to get quite wild here in our studio shortly. Now, if we cut this glass, even if it's warm, it can dull our shears or even damage them. So when we begin to cut, we want to make sure that that glass is completely soft enough to easily cut into it in one take. Well, this project right now, we're beginning with clear glass. Later on, this clear glass will be sand carved to give it a almost a matte finish. Now, our project, this is barely the second week of a 3 week long residency, so the ideas are just getting more complex. We're warming up with this Mobius strip. After this is done, we're going to create this very intricate line pattern in glass. I'm very excited for this because it is the pinnacle of glass making. It is going to be quite time consuming, but it's just a very brilliant and beautiful pattern. And we will begin that project directly after this one. And eventually this pattern that we create, we will then make that into a Mobius strip. But first, we need to invest the time to actually create this very intricate pattern. Well, this propane torch is approximately 2,500 degrees, and we use these torches to preheat the area or section we wish to work on next. When we're using this reheating chamber, it gets everything hot. Oftentimes, we don't need everything hot, we just need a certain area hot. So we are slowly going to work our way around our shape to create our desired effect. Well, as we're beginning to manipulate our mass with all the twists and turns, this glass that we are using here at the museum is not your ordinary glass. This glass is being specifically formulated for the process we see in front of us today as offhand glass making. Now, even the basic materials used to create this glass is not your basic ingredients. Our glass is coming to us from North Carolina, where there is a rich history in glass making. We do know the basic ingredients to our glass, although it is a top secret formulation. Well, we began this project last week. Now, the today's project, this information, this unique shape, probably hasn't really ever been done in glass, and it hasn't been recorded. For this reason, we can't Google this information or watch a YouTube video. It just has to come from the experience of the team that our visiting artist has hired to translate all his ideas into reality. Well, for our audience joining us, I hope you're having a wonderful Monday morning. I know we sure are here today. Now, our visiting artist is Reilly Donovan. Reilly is working in the front of our Hot Shop studio. Now, does work with new emerging mediums, including a mixed reality, which is the merging of real and virtual worlds to produce new environments and visualizations where physical and digital objects coexist and interact in real time. Now, for our morning demonstration, we are creating a Mobius strip. A Mobius strip is a surface with one continuous side. Now we're beginning with a clear Mobius strip now. As our demonstration progresses, it will get more complex. We will later apply a pattern to the surface, and I'm very excited to apply that pattern later on today. Now, to familiarize ourselves with the temperatures that we are working directly in front of us, we have a reheating chamber. This oven is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It is powered by natural gas and forced oxygen. Now, this smaller flame that we are using is a mixture between oxygen and propane. It's a hot torch. It's actually the hottest piece of equipment on our hot shop floor, again at 4,500 degrees. We need to be very careful when we're using this intense flame, since it can boil away the clear glass we are using. Now, when we're using this reheating chamber, oftentimes we don't directly stare inside. Rather, we can use a screen mesh that will eliminate a lot of the heat and the glare our beautiful eyes face. Now, this project is all experimental. So a lot of this information in the techniques that are utilized here today need to come from their experience of working with this material. Now, for our audience that's joining us, if you have any questions, my name is David. I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of this wonderful medium. Once we are done with this project, we are then going to move on to creating this very decorative pattern on our glass, and later on we will apply that pattern to the next Mobius strip we create. So every single day we're getting a little bit more complex with the ideas that are produced. For this morning, we are just warming up with a large clear Mobius strip. What's the best part about working at Seattle Glass Blowing Studio? Well, one of the key issues we're trying to resolve here is how they can connect both sides one back to one another. Of course, a Mobius strip is a surface with one continuous side. So if we're able to see that these two sides are being joined together, that may cause an issue later on. After all, a lot of the artwork that's created here will be shown in a gallery setting later on. Well, let's quickly break this down how our team is operating. We have our visiting artist working in the front. He's directing the team that you see in front of you here today. So our visiting artist has hired this group of glass makers to translate his ideas. Now, the Museum of Glass has granted Reilly this whole studio that you see in front of us here, so we can use as many of these ovens as we would like, hire as many glass makers as we would like to. In this case, we're just sticking with these three members. In the center of our studio, the gentleman that takes a seat in the center, we refer to as our gaffer. In this case, Brandon, he's wearing the teal. In the center, we can refer to him as our gaffer. You'll notice that our gaffer and our visiting artist will communicate pretty much before every piece and after every piece, ensuring the quality of the work. Now, if the glass is left out in the open, unfortunately, the ambient air will shock the molecules of glass into breaking. When we look at the history of glass making, it wasn't melting sand into glass that was difficult. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in human history. And we'll show our audience our Mobius strip design. Again, here at the Museum of Glass, we are here to ignite, fuel, and create creativity using glass in the medium of glass blowing. Essentially, every week of the year at the museum, we work on a unique, different project. This week, we are focusing on Mobius strip, but this is barely the beginning, everyone. After this one, we're going to add a very decorative pattern on the shape to show some of the properties that a Mobius strip has. Now, after this project, this is the warm-up, by the way. We're going to do a reticello pattern. This is the pinnacle of glass making design. This is a very interwoven decorative pattern of lines. This is going to be very time-consuming, but this is how we will warm up our day. So I'm very excited. I hope everyone can stick around to see this beautiful reticello pattern, since we rarely see it here at the museum, but it is the pinnacle of glass making. The reason we don't see it often is because there's a very high room for error. Everything just needs to go perfectly right. Now it is time to put our first Mobius strip of the day away. Again, if left out in the open, it will get too cold too quickly. So we will set it away in a controlled environment. The annealing oven on your right-hand side of the studio with the green number 4. It's sitting at 890 degrees, and it will be the home of everything that's produced here for the next 24 hours. So around lunchtime, even dinner time, tomorrow we can open our annealer and hold all our wonderful artwork. Well, that's the first piece of the morning. Can we give our visiting artist and his Hot Shop crew a round of applause? This is just the start, the tip of the iceberg. Oh. All right, well, I think we're almost getting ready here. This next project, it's going to take a while. We need to make 2 cups. One cup will be twisted to the right, and a secondary cup will be twisted to the right. Our cups that we make here will be made completely and entirely of these lines. We produced these last week at the end of our day. As we can see some of the patterns that can be produced here, we're going to repeat this project here. This is going to be very exciting. We've measured out our canes. We're using the ones that are very similar to one another with the same density of clear glass and colored white glass. We made these here at the museum earlier. Since they are handmade, there will be a variety of them. We just need to ensure that we have consistency in this next roll-up. Now, the way we're going to transform this plate of glass into a cylinder or a bubble is we're going to use math. We know that our massive glass should be 1/3 the size, since pi is 3.14 the size. So we need to make a core of glass that's 1/3 the size of this, or a patty or disc of glass. Now, we can either use a pi divider, or our gaffer Brandon can eyeball it. It's up to him. But it's always very challenging. For this case, it needs to be precise. When the canes meet one another, they can't overlap one another. They need to meet side by side. If they overlap, we will notice this immediately and might as well just start all over again. Since we're going to spend so much time into this piece, we need to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. So we're not settling at any point in this demonstration. In the morning, we began by coating our shelf, our plate, with a little bit of kiln wash. Here at the museum, we go out to our local clay mines out in the 5 Mile, and we collect a little bit of clay, and that is what we will utilize. Okay, so we are going to give our team a few minutes to preheat the canes, the plate, everything, ensuring that everything will go just perfect. Now, as this process is starting on our big screen here, I do want to play a short video introducing colored glass in our material. So on our big screen, let's get a color overlay video to introduce how color is even started or produced here. At the museum, we're not making our own color. Rather, we just buy it from a manufacturer. Color is simply made by adding different metal oxides of the periodic table, so different metals will produce a different color. Some basic metals we can use is gold. Gold, by adding a lot of gold, we can produce red glass, and by adding a little bit of gold, we can produce pink glass. For that reason, those 2 colors are the most expensive in our industry. Well, it's due to the gold content. All right, well, let's begin. So our first step is to preheat a good blowpipe. We need to make sure that it's not warped. And what we're looking for is a little red and orange glow coming from the end of the rod. This is going to allow the glass to adhere properly. So we're looking for about 900 degrees Fahrenheit off the end of the rod, a bright red and orange glow. So Brandon will produce the disc that we can adhere our lines to. Once again, our disc needs to be about 1/3 the size of our pattern that we've laid out. Inside of our furnace, we have 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It's due to the heat of that rod that allows us to collect the molten material on the end of the rod. Now, our furnace is left on all year around, 365 days a year, and it's about the same temperature as magma spewing out of a volcano, so 2,100 degrees. At this point, if I blow air, I'm just blowing hot air to Brandon's arm. You will see us use glass. It's just this beeswax that's used to prevent us from scratching the actual glass. I'm very excited for this next part that's about to happen. But if I lose you throughout the demonstration, my name is David. Raise your hand, shout my name. I can be right on over explaining what's going on here today with our demonstration. The team that we see in front of us here has been hired by our visiting artist to translate his ideas. And throughout the demonstration, we will learn about our visiting artist and about the glass blowing process.
Hi, I'm coexisting with the physical world as a digital image. And so what I'm wearing right now is what's called the Magic Leap, which is a mixed reality headset. And so what this headset can do is it can spatially map the environment I'm in real time, digital object. And so this is the form that they were trying to make before and what they're making now too, but with a different treatment. And so this is a Mobius strip in a state of animation. And a Mobius strip is a single-sided form. And what you're seeing right now is a Mobius strip that has been generated using the formula for a Mobius strip, and then some modulation has been applied to its vertex points to make it displace and animate and change shape over time. Let's see here. I'm just going to cycle through some forms really quickly. Some of these forms are going to be rather difficult to make. So these form the dimensions beyond the fourth. In string theory, there's this argument that there are quantum unit that we can envisage, being the Planck. When you get down to that scale, things start to seem like they have dimension rather than being flat. So if you imagine like looking at a telephone line from a distance, it seems like a flat line, but if you were to scale down to the size of an ant walking that electrical cable, you would realize it actually are actually exactly the same when the higher dimensions of string theory are applied to them. And when you get into even higher dimensions, these forms become more dynamic. Some of my forms are also modeled after nature. So this was a procedurally generated model of a kind of deep sea trilobite extraterrestrial. So when I say procedurally generated, what I mean by that is that I'm not actually going through and manually modeling all of these intricate lines. I'm starting with a base form and applying different treatments to the parameters for generating this form using a piece of code, basically, to create multiple iterations of the form, offset its kind of evolution. So you have these, you start with like smaller points and you build up to more detailed points. If you notice too, the headset is tracking my hands, which can be pretty cool, and the remote. This is a way to be able to actually interact with and touch simulated content. Right now I don't have any colliders, so nothing happens here, but I do have projects that involve physically engaging with holograms. So the idea here too is to give the glassblowers a sense of the forms that I want them to fabricate. And what they get out of this is the opportunity to actually see the object to scale. This is a traditional 3D model called the Utah teapot we were thinking about making. They get to see the object to scale and use it as a reference for the object that they're making out of glass. Some of these forms are rather intricate. I don't think we'll be making this as large as it's represented here, but I just think that this can be rather helpful. This is another procedurally generated form. This is called a super shape. And right now it's just in a state of oscillation where it's kind of slowly shape-shifting and rotating and changing form. So a lot of the forms that you see that are made out of glass are kind of a suspended iteration of a point in a state of animation for a form. So this form is also going to be smaller. It's basically a torus within a torus within a torus, and it's modeled after a black hole, but also after this concept of a multiverse. It's actually kind of a black hole within a black hole within a black hole, like a Matryoshka doll. And so this is one of the objects that you can see on the table that they're starting to make. They have a torus, and then they have another bowl that will seal into a torus, and then we'll have another torus within that. So another component to this that I'll start up in a little bit is are some measurement tools that can be useful for the glassblowers. So a lot of what they produce, they have to physically check with a ruler or some sort of reference. Within this headset, everything has a one-to-one correspondence in terms of measurements with respect to the physical world. So we can actually instantiate. Sorry, the headset's having a hard time for a moment because of the broadcasting. But we can create digital guides that the glassblowers can reference during production that can actually accelerate their production so that they don't have to stop everything that they're doing and look for a ruler. They can just spawn one and like on the fly.
All right. Well, let's just jump right back into our demonstration with our visiting artists. Again, this is just the second week of a 3-week long residency. The residency is broken up to Monday and Tuesday across 3 weeks. Now, we began this project last week, and this is a continuation of this. Again, we're just making our Mobius strip a little bit more complex. We want to show some of the properties that this Mobius strip has, and we can show this by attaching lines to this glass. Now, this is an old Italian way of introducing these decorative lines. Now, we've twisted this cup one way to the left. We need to remember how much twist that's produced, because we will produce another cup exactly the same but twisted the opposite way. When we stuff a cup inside of another cup, this will produce almost a fishnet process, but it will also trap an immediate air bubble between the layers, so it's like a spider web trapped. Now, our first goal is to produce a tube or a cylinder. From a cylinder, we can then produce this into a bubble. So this is the first cup of 2. Now, the way that this will work is once we've produced this cup, we will set it inside of this controlled environment called the garage. It's approximately 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It will stay inside until we produce the second cup. Once both masses are created, we can bring out this cup, lay it on the ground, and then come over and stuff it and join both cups together. Well, we saw Brandon run the tweezers just across the surface. What he was gauging was the ridges, the texture in our cup. The texture will play a very important role in creating the air bubbles that are trapped between the layers. So if we get the glass too hot, the decorative air bubbles won't be trapped. At this point, everything looks good. We have good ridges, good texture. We're creating a punty. A punty is the transfer rod. It's what will give us the ability to begin to work on the opposite end. Now, the difficult part about the reticello, it's not making the first cup. It's making the second cup that matches the exact amount of twist and size. We spent about half a day creating the lines, the canes, and we will spend another half a day bringing the pattern together. And then we will spend an additional day after that to actually create the Mobius strip out of the mass that we have. So our end goal is to produce a plate. That plate will then be sliced in half, and each half will produce a Mobius strip. Well, Brendan is going to show our audience. Again, we need to produce another cup exactly the same, except twisted in the opposite direction. What will make this so challenging is we need to gauge the amount of twist that this has. This is very important, will play a very critical role. If it's twisted more than this cup, we won't produce those decorative bubbles. After all, this is what we're really going for. And this is considered to be the pinnacle of glass making design. Well, the garage is, I would say, is one of the newest pieces of the technology in glass making. Because of this machinery, it allows us to begin something and step away from it. In this case, we don't have to babysit this cup. We can just let it be. We can also use this piece of equipment to even produce our piece and then walk away, take a lunch if we like, and then come back to that project. So I do want to pass my mic over to our visiting artist, Reilly Donovan. Again, this is barely the second week of a 3-week long residency. We are very excited for our artists to take over our studio. The team is going to repeat that process that we just saw all over again. So let's sit back, relax, and enjoy the demonstration.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what's going on with this headset and show you what it's seeing. So what you're seeing on the monitor here is the spatial map of the environment, and that's a representation of my head kind of looking around. And so what this headset is doing is it has a sensor array across the front of it to create a 3D reconstruction of the environment that I'm in real time. So it's actually updating this on the fly as I walk around. And with this information, it's able to solve for where I am in space and populate my environment with holograms that end up being glued to the room that I'm in. We can change this view too, or zoom out, so we can really get a sense of the whole mesh of this space. And within the headset itself, this is what I'm seeing. I'll give you a live preview. And so with that spatial map, I'm able to turn this hot shop into my operating system. I'm basically walking on the OS. And so here I have my settings where I'm logged into the network and able to get some supporting information about my IP address, which I shouldn't really be broadcasting. And over here I have an application that I've made that I've just launched. And within this application are some forms for the glassblowers to reference. And I've included some useful features for them to be able to pick up the objects and kind of move them through space, place them on the table. They could also place them next to themselves while they're producing the glasswork. They can also adjust the size of the forms, rotate them. So what you're looking at here is a Klein bottle. It's not a standard Klein bottle. What I like to do is to create the archetypal form and then manipulate the parameters of that object to create a much more unique iteration of an object than its traditional representation. So a few of the other objects here that we're looking at, this is what's called a spherical harmonic, which is literally a sphere that has had its geometry displaced by sound. So you're essentially looking at a volumetric representation of audio. This is another spherical harmonic. And some of these objects, what I really like about them is that they look familiar but also unfamiliar simultaneously. They feel like they could be from Earth or from outer space or from the deep sea or from a smaller, more quantum environment. Here's the black hole multiverse torus Twishkadal again. And so with the reticello treatment that they're doing, I'm trying to have glass highlight the wire mesh of the forms that they're fabricating so that it corresponds to some of the representations that you commonly see in computer graphic imaging. What I really appreciate about what they're doing too is what I'm producing is from a digital platform, and what they're making is completely analog. So you're able to get a much more dynamic and smooth evolution of line with the glass than you could with a granular digital ecosystem. Over here we have a shell. Now some of these, I don't know how possible it would be made out of to be able to make them out of glass, but it's fun to just get them out there to look at and talk about and think about. And I cannot remember what this form is called, but it's kind of interesting. I should have labeled them. Go back to the home. So this is the start menu, basically, and I have a lot of applications in here. Take a look at some of these Mobius strips. Maybe, if it loads. All right, there we go. So here's an array of Mobius strips. Here's the kind of the archetypal traditional Mobius strip. And then this is kind of closer to what you saw Brandon making earlier. Whoop. And then here's one that has some animation applied to it. There are a few others over here. So for me, it's just really interesting to explore all the different dynamic iterations of one form and seeing, how it can express itself with different parameters just being tweaked in a variety of different ways. So after lunch, I think we're going to have Brandon and Phil wear this headset while they're blowing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Reilly Donovan. Can we give our visiting artists a round of applause? We are so excited to have Reilly Donovan taking over our studio here at the museum. If you're unaware how we work, we're like a Disneyland for artisans. So every single week, a new artist with a new idea is here to push the limits of glass in this beautiful art making. Now, eventually, the artwork that's made here, it's going to be shown in a gallery setting later on. Again, this is a new medium, a mixed medium process. Well, for our audience that was joining us or didn't join us earlier, again, Reilly had mentioned a little bit about the reticello process, the fishnet pattern that can be achieved using glass. And this is a very old, ancient Italian way of working with glass. Now, for our audience that isn't familiar with the history of glass making, what we see in front of us has only been around since the 60s. Before then, glass blowing was kept in industrial factories. Now, in the 60s, we created the first small furnace that could melt a small amount of glass and not 1,000 pounds of glass. It also happens to be that the Italians were the first ones to open their secrets about glass and making, and the Italians first came out to the Pacific Northwest. For that reason, glass blowing here in the United States is very Italian-based, since the Italians were the first ones to introduce and teach Americans how to work with glass. But eventually, since we've become a melting pot of all these different traditions of glass making. Now, we began this demonstration by creating these decorative lines. We call these canes. When you're going through the gallery and the store, if you notice glass that has lines, regardless if these lines are horizontal, vertical, crazy, or twisted, as we can see in our example and our plate, eventually our goal is to produce a plate with this pattern. We will slice it in half, and then each half will produce a Mobius strip. And by applying this pattern, we can show some of the properties that a Mobius strip contains. Now, our canes have been preheated inside of our garage at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're just making sure that in any way they do not crack. Even a hairline fracture will be magnified and look a lot larger than it actually is. For that reason, we preheat them inside of our garage. Now that they're warming enough, we can introduce them to the intense heat of our reheating chamber. Now, this chamber is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It is powered by natural gas and forced air. Now, the key difference between our reheating chamber and our furnace is that this chamber contains no glass. It is just a place with fire and heat made to extend the working time. Now, after every heat, we will flip the plate. This is just to ensure an even heat. We've already invested a lot of time to this pattern, and we're going to invest a lot more time. So we're slowly going to get to our process. We want to minimize our mistakes. Now, the plate that we're using is a kiln shelf. We've also applied a kiln wash. Our kiln wash here at the museum, we take a hike out in our local clay mines where we can mine a little bit of clay to prevent the glass from sticking to this plate. And we can see how malleable these canes are at this stage. Our cup will be entirely made out of this mass. Now what we need to do is we need to use pi. We know that our core should be 1/3 the size of this pattern. Now we can either eyeball it, but in this case, we're going to ensure that we have the right size by using a pi divider. And let's check it to see at what size we are right now. If we've shifted, now if we apply our pattern and it's too hot or it's too small, essentially we just need to start all over again. Oh, and that was a beautiful roll up. Now the difficult part is how they meet, how they join. It's like a zipper. Now, if the canes overlap one another, we're going to notice this right away since the white glass will thicken. So we're slowly going to seal our mass together so the canes can meet side by side exactly. Again, any overlap we will notice right away. We always want to minimize the heat that we're giving the glass. In this case, to create and achieve this reticello pattern, we need to have a lot of texture. Now, unfortunately, heat removes texture, so we need to use the minimum amount of heat possible. That's the sound we want to hear throughout the demonstration. We want to hear that clear texture. Now, the tool that we're using, the jacks, we're going to slide a lot of beeswax on top of them. This is just to minimize any scratching that can be placed. Using a little bit of friction, we are now beginning to cause the lines to collapse within one another and create a twist pattern. We want to mimic the amount of twist that was applied to the last cup so we can achieve an even pattern, an even line distribution. Now all around the hot shop floor, we have these steel tables. We refer to them as a marver. So in this case, we're marvering the glass into its desired shape. In this case, we're really just focusing on the twist of the lines. Now, if we try to blow air through the blowpipe, It's just going to escape at the opening at the top. So our next section is to begin to close down the very end. At this point, I'm standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. I'm listening for keywords like blow soft, blow hard. Typically, it's about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Blow. Off. Well, for our audience in the top balcony, you're going to see a very good view of this. Giving our audience a heads up, we have a mold that's directly here on our bench. That is where this process will be occurring. Since it is a really awkward spot, it is going to be difficult for our cameras to capture this, but you're more than welcome to view it here at the top balcony. We have the secondary cup. I'm just speechless. It's a lot of these patterns like this where they're so complex. As a glass maker, you learn about this reticello and how difficult it can be. For myself personally, I wouldn't even ever attempt this just because there's a lot of room for error for this to all occur perfectly. If we did everything right, instantly air bubbles are trapped between the lines and create a fishnet pattern. Our goal is to produce a Mobius strip with this pattern. So we will produce this into a plate, which we call a rondelle. And then we will, when it's cold, it will be sliced in half. And it will produce 2 Mobius strips. Well, we are going to expand our bubble, and then we can begin to inspect to see how the pattern emerges. And let's on our big screen show you what this pattern will look like. We can even walk around and show our audience this pattern, but it is very intricate and small at this stage. Again, this is the pinnacle of glass making. We refer to as a reticello. It is an old Murinese way of decorating the glass. We are using this pattern to highlight the properties that a Mobius strip contains. Today's gonna be an awesome day. Oh man, we don't always see Reticello. It's very rare that we see it here in our studio, but it always brings us a joy. Now that we have our pattern, the true glass blowing can begin now. Now, if we wanted to, we could take several layers on top of this and make this piece really giant. As for this piece, we will have to check to see with our crew to see if that's a desired plan, if we want to work with a little bit more material. And just to confirm, our gaffer, in this case Brandon, he's wearing the teal. He's taking a seat at the center. You'll notice that our gaffer, Brandon, and our visiting artist will communicate back and forth. So Brandon is in charge of creating and translating these ideas. This team working in front of us here today has been hired by our visiting artist. It's beautiful. I just love Reticello. It's one of my favorite things to see here in the studio. There's so much time and dedication that needs to happen. Well, the shaping tool is none other than just the Wall Street Journal newspaper. If you have the Wall Street Journal newspaper piling up at home, you can bring it to our museum. We're more than happy to recycle this newspaper for you. But this newspaper just chills the glass great, and it can determine how the bubble expands. Our goal for our pattern is to gather 2 additional times. Now we want to make sure that our pattern, it all comes to one point at the tip. So we will do this by squeezing down a constriction or a break-off point. Well, for our audience that's joining us, happy Monday, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. My name is David. I'm your MC here today. If you have questions, you let me know. Hopefully, I haven't lost anyone quite yet in our demonstration. We are getting ready to apply another layer of hot glass. Notice we are not in a rush to apply this next layer. That's because by cooling down, by stabilizing the core, we can A, gather more glass, and B, maintain control over the hot layer that's added. So instead of working harder, we work smarter by just hanging out for a bit. Now the shape that we gather on is also a bulbous shape, almost like a light bulb or a balloon. This maximizes the surface area so we can just gather ultimately more material. Now I would say maybe one gather of glass is enough material to produce maybe a small creamer cup, a very fancy wine glass, or maybe even a simple shot glass. Two gathers of glass, we're looking at more like cups and bowls, and then three gathers of glass, we're looking more like at fruit bowls and even vessels. In this case, our mass will be very thick for today's project. Now, the rods that we use here in our studio are specifically made for offhand glass making, which is the process we see in front of us here today. This rod is a poor conductor of heat, although we do run a little bit of cold water to cool the rod down. We use our left hand as a fulcrum, so to counteract and counterbalance the weight that is felt. So even after every gather, I know we've already pulled the point, but we're going to re-pull it again after every gather, just to make sure the termination or the point of contact is nothing less than perfect. Again, we've already invested half a day last week and another half a day this week. So we want to make sure we are setting ourselves up for success. Now, when we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance, so wherever it's hotter. By using the newspaper pad, we can cool down certain areas. So if we cool down the sides and we blow air, that means the bubble is going to shoot forward or should expand forwards. If we use the papers on the very tip, that means that the side of the bubbles will expand. Again, glass blowing is a lot of basic physics, how heat energy is moved from one place to another. Now, at this stage, as our bubble is beginning to expand, we can now determine our reticello pattern and begin to inspect it furthermore. We're also getting ready for another additional layer of clear glass. And this will be our final layer of clear. After this, we can begin to create our rondelle, which is a large flat plate of glass. Now, a rondelle So I do want to give a heads up. The plan for this one is to make the Mobius strip right after we create this shape. So we're looking at maybe a cone shape, maybe even a platter shape. We will slice that in almost half, in a quarter, and then we will manipulate that mass into our desired shape. Just like the previous time, we're not in a rush to gather glass. Of course, by not being in a rush, we can ensure that we can gather an even symmetrical layer, but more importantly, we can maintain control of the hot layer that will be applied. When we've gathered a little bit too much material, we can use gravity to get rid of excess glass. By doing this maneuver, we can also eliminate impurities in the glass and remove them. When we're working with this material, we want it to be symmetrical. We are looking for a bulbous shape like a balloon or a light bulb. What we do not want is an irregular shape like a potato, which can be very bad in our demonstration. A balloon shape will ensure that our bubble will blow out evenly and symmetrically. For that reason, we can use these wooden blocks almost like a ladle, distributing both the heat and the mass around a distorted bubble. Well, here we are creating a jack line. The jack line is the fancy term that we use to describe our break-off point or our weak spot. So this is how we separate the usable glass from the steel rod. And I know what you're thinking. Our massive glass doesn't look like our desired shape quite yet, but this jack line or constriction is always made early in the demonstration. And we can go back and refine our break-off area. We can refer to it as a constriction or neckline, but again, our term is the jack line. Well, a lot of this pattern is being distorted by the centrifugal force that occurs. But if we stop turning, we can then see this fishnet pattern and a bubble trap between every cross section. Well, it's now time to transfer our basic shape onto another rod. Again, everyone, we are going to be creating a Mobius strip out of this decorative pattern that we've produced. The reason we've chosen this Italian traditional way, very pinnacle of glass making, is to highlight the properties that a Mobius strip contains. A Mobius strip is a surface with one continuous side. We have an example of a Mobius strip on the right-hand side of the studio on our pedestal. The way that this piece was produced is the same technique that we are going to use. So we first refined the technique by just practicing with clear glass. Now that the team understands the steps that they need to follow to achieve this desired effect, now we can make it more complicated, apply the decorative lines or color if we would like to. And this is usually how we start here at the museum. We have a basic idea. We first translate it using clear. Once we're comfortable with the steps, then we can apply color and pattern. Now, this new handle that we've attached is only temporary, so it will need to break in the demonstration later today. We're looking for that perfect Goldilocks zone, not too hot, not too soft. Before we begin to open up our basic shape, we are going to ensure that it's on center, that it's turning on the same plane as the rod itself. Personally, as a glassmaker, this is the most difficult step that we learn. We adjust it within 10 seconds. Either it's fixed or it's not fixed. But for myself personally, I struggled a lot with this step since it's a quick adjustment and will really show the off center of a piece or even cause it to be lopsided if it's not adjusted accurately enough. Well, our reheating chamber is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. When we're using this chamber, it gets everything hot. Oftentimes, specifically for these next few steps, we don't need everything hot. So by using a propane torch, approximately at 2,500 degrees, we preheat the area that we wish to work on next. Ooh, our cone-shaped structure. So at the very top, we have a fan that was added to accelerate the hot air rising. Our iconic cone-shaped structure was designed by Canadian architect Arthur Erickson. He's also designed the city of Vancouver, British Columbia. For that reason, we have a lot of similarities with the city because of the architecture. But our architect got the design because of Tacoma's history. Tacoma was founded on a logging capital, and they used to burn a lot of wood here in our area in an incinerator very similar to what we sit in now. And so that's where our architect got the design, Tacoma's history. We're showing you an image on our big screen right now. This is a wigwam burner or incinerator. These used to scatter our Foss area that we are located at now. The closest one is out in the peninsula and out in Aberdeen, Washington, where they still have a lumber industry. So besides the studio being very functional, it is very iconic to our area also. Pablo Soto last. So now that we have our basic shape, we're going to slice our mass to produce our Mobius strip. Now the most difficult part is that we need to join this together later on at one point. But as of now, let's use this intense flame. It's approximately 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It is hot enough to even boil away the clear glass that we are utilizing. Well, if you have any questions about the demonstration, my name is David. I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience. Now, although we're focusing on one specific area of our mass, one place that we are always paying close attention to is where the rod and the glass actually meet. We call this the moil, and you'll notice that the team, before they enter the reheating chamber, will focus the heat in that area. That's because if our piece is going to break or crack, it will always begin at the coldest point. The coldest point is where the rod and the glass meet, since the rod is always going to steal heat away from the glass. So as long as we can maintain that area from dropping below 900 degrees Fahrenheit, we can prevent our piece from even breaking. Well, for this specific project, we began with just creating some clear ones. Once our team of glass makers that you see in front of you were comfortable making these, then we applied some other pattern and designs. But for a shape like today's shape, our Mobius strip, this information can't just be Google, or we can't even watch a YouTube video on how to make it. So it has to come from the experience of the team. Now, if you have any questions, please let me know. You're allowed to take as many photos and videos as you like. My favorite place is always the top balcony. question in our center. What is this going to be? So it's going to be a Mobius strip, which is the end goal of it. To produce this Mobius strip, we need to simplify it. So we've created a basic shape that we can approach this idea from. So a lot of the ideas that are produced here at the museum, they're pretty out of the ordinary. And a lot of this information we can't find online. So what we're really here is to push the limits of glass as an art form. Shapes like these have probably never been done in glass before. And that's what we do here on a weekly basis. We're pushing our medium, creating something out of the ordinary that's never been done before. Well, our glass is extremely malleable. Now, it is because we're working with a lot of thickness here. We've made our sculpture extra thick. Now, it's also because of the glass that's being used. Now, the glass that we use here at the museum is not your ordinary sand, and our glass is being brought to us from North Carolina, where there is a rich history in glass making for centuries. Now, our glass, we know the basic ingredients. We know it's silica sand, soda ash, and lime. But again, we don't know the exact amount of each material. It is a top secret formulation that only they know. Even the basic silica sand is being mined from a quartz mountain. Now, a Mobius strip has one continuous side. One of the most difficult parts about this project is connecting these points back to one another. Now, to create this complex shape, we are slowly going to baby our way into this shape. So we're not going to make the shape all in one heat. We will slowly work on it in bits and section, eventually bringing them closer to one another. Yes. Question? So, how and when did we make the lines within our piece? Okay, so our lines are made by creating canes. So, we made canes last week. This project that you're seeing is an ongoing project. So, it takes several days to create. We spent half a day creating the cane and then half a day actually putting the pattern together. This is just the very start of our piece, by the way. So, we probably have a full day's work already invested into our project now. Now, the lines, this is one way we can add lines to glass. There's several ways, but this is one of the most popular way. This is an Italian technique. When you go through the galleries in the store, if you look at the lines in that glass, 9 out of 10 times, this is how they were produced, is by making this stuff. Yep, so what we do is we have white colored glass, and then we put clear on top of that, and we just stretch that mass out. It goes from one end of the room to the opposite, and then we just break it down to about 4 inches. Now we have some examples here of this lines in the glass. What we did here is we made 2 cups, one cup twisted to the right and the other cup twisted to the left. When we stuffed one inside of the another, it creates this almost fishnet pattern and an air bubble is trapped between the layers. This is the pinnacle of Italian glass making, by the way. But we are using this pattern to highlight the properties of one of these shapes that we have here, a Mobius strip. A Mobius strip is a shape with one continuous side. So this is our ultimate goal here. So we start off by creating clear ones. Once we're happy, we know the steps to create them. Then we can make them more complex and add color and lines. And that's where we are at right now. The second week of the residency, last week we made everything in clear. This week we will be adding these lines of glass. Now, just to inform us about the process that we see here, the chamber that we're using to make the glass more malleable is approximately 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, our visiting artist, Reilly Donovan, is sitting and working in the front of our studio, while the team that you see in front of us here today is hired by our visiting artist to translate his ideas. Now, our visiting artist, Reilly Donovan, works with mixed reality, which is the merging of real and virtual worlds to produce environments where physical and digital objects coexist and interact with one another. Now, eventually, this work will be shown in a gallery setting in a mixed reality. Now, our visiting artist created code that was derived from nature and computers to generate unique forms. This code was derived from math, nature, and technology, and how all of this is interwoven with one another. Now, Donovan's work has been exhibited nationwide and internationally. Last year, he received a residency from the notorious Pilchuck Glass School, a renowned glass-making school. There, Donovan began to explore these unique shapes that can be created. Well, we are getting ready for one of the most integral parts of our demonstration. Well, again, a Mobius strip needs to have one continuous side. So let's find out what way our glass makers and what technique they will use to join the glass together. Well, if you have any questions, you let me know. I will be floating around the studio. For our audience joining us, happy Monday. Thank you so much for stopping by. We are finishing up our morning half of our demonstration. Now, usually we take our lunch at 1 o'clock, but we do not settle here at the museum. So if it doesn't look right in your hands, it won't, or if it doesn't look right at the end of the rod, it won't look right in your hands. So we will go back and refine the shape until it's nothing less than perfect. Let's not forget that this torch is incredibly hot. It's about 4,500 degrees, which is hot enough to boil away even the clear glass that's being utilized. For that reason, we are always careful to never overexpose the surface. Well, we are getting close to completing our sculpture. But again, we are going back and refining any small impurities. Now, the last step that we will take is to prevent the glass from breaking. If it's left out in the open, the ambient temperature will shock the molecules of the glass. It will shock them enough that it can break or crack them. When we look at the history of glass making, it wasn't melting sand into glass that was difficult. It was preventing it from breaking that took the longest period in human history. Now, even the Egyptians struggled with this process, but nowadays we know better. We're not putting our glass in hot sand. Rather, we're going to place it in a controlled environment, sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit. So about double the temperature that Papa Murphy's recommends you should cook their pizzas at. Our annealer is the oven on your right-hand side with the green number 4. Sitting at that 890 degrees, and over the period of 12 and a half hours, it will slowly climb back to room temperature, eliminating the stress in the glass that causes it to break and crack. You'll notice a focus of attention is the moil. The moil is where the glass and the rod meet one another. Well, that rod is stealing a lot of heat from the glass. So if this piece is going to break, it will begin at that moil section. Now, before we break our piece free, we will begin to absorb more energy to that moil area. What we're looking for is movement, and I mean a lot of movement. What this will tell the glass makers is that the glass is simply too hot for a crack to spread into the finished sculpture. Now, one of our teammates is going to suit up in a heat protective layer in Kevlar gloves. It will be his job of carrying our finished sculpture into the annealer. Well, this is our first complex Mobius strip with this intricate pattern. We chose this Italian technique to highlight the properties of a Mobius strip. Well, if you want to show your friends or your family the sculpture that was produced here today, you may want to hit record here soon. Our artist, our gaffer here in the center is going to show our audience the finished sculpture. Again, this piece will be shown with mixed reality later on in a gallery setting. Now, this is probably one of the first times a Mobius strip has been created in glass, and probably the first time this ancient Italian technique of reticello. Now, this pattern takes about a full day of prep work, planning to create. So this project was actually started last Tuesday of last week. What we are now seeing is the rewards or the fruit of our labors. For a reticello piece, you can easily add a grand always because of the pattern. This piece will be shown in a mixed media setting, so in both using a headset to show some of the other properties that were applied. Again, this is like the pinnacle of glass making here, is this pattern that we've applied. I've been working with glass for almost 10 years. I probably will never try this pattern just because of how difficult it can be, and there's a lot of room for error. Our team made this look very simple, but that's because they have practiced this technique a handful of times. Is this an original? I would say a reticello in this shape has probably never been done. But we're really just use this pattern to highlight the properties of our shape. Now, our visiting artists use code to generate some of these intricate shapes. Now, the pattern that we've applied, that's the shape that the program produced these pieces in, and our team has decided to translate those objects with this net. Now, around lunchtime, maybe even pushing dinner time tomorrow, we can bring our finished sculpture out of the annealer and hold it in our hands. So around tomorrow closing time, we will be able to show this piece to our audience on our pedestal. If you would like to see an image or videos of this finished work, you can follow our visiting artist or even the Museum of Glass on Instagram. Everything that you see here can be watched on our live stream, both on our website and YouTube channel. Usually we have a lot of college programs that watch our live stream to teach the students, but you're more than welcome to view it as well. Again, to break this piece free, we're going to use heat since our mass is very fragile. But the most important reason that we're using or tearing our punty off this way is because we want to minimize any water that will touch the glass. Now, our team has been working for several hours to create this project. And this concludes our morning half of our demonstration. But we will return in 1 hour to continue our demonstration. We have a new project to work on, although our visiting artists will stick around for our next demonstrations. But thank you so much for stopping by. You enjoy the rest of your morning. Let's get a round of applause. Reilly's Hot Shop team and our visiting artists. This is just the tip of our iceberg. We began with creating clear. We are now making them more complicated with these decorative lines. When we return, we will continue this process. For everyone heading out of the museum, thank you so much for stopping by. Remember, your pass is good for the entirety of the day, so you can grab a lunch of your own or a coffee. We will see you in approximately 1 hour when we return. I will stick around and answer any last few questions that our audience may have. Thank you, everyone. You enjoy your Monday. What will we see when we return? I'm not exactly sure. Every single day we're focusing on a new project. We can work on these Mobius strips, however. I actually, you know what? I kind of think I do know what we're going to create. We're going to do another roll-up later today. So these lines is how we produce those decorative lines in our piece, and we're going to show you that when we return. Thank you so much for stopping by, everyone. You enjoy the rest of your day.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
My name is Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the Glass Museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the Bridge of Glass.
The Bridge of Glass is secretly a car.
kind of just looked at the bridge of glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe, maybe he'd get chosen.
Glass. We're gonna put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're like excited that it would be like fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product, you know, or they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the bridge of glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
Henry. I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself, I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the Glass Museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists, not get involved in the kids, but
Whoa.
the Museum of Glass is creating many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Maishan Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. And I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the cost.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about it in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. Glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now, so I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
and we coined the term slapping the rabbit. So it was like, let's slap the rabbit means let's hit the molten glass with our bare naked hand and leave a handprint. All the hands who want to see us slap the rabbit again, we're gonna slap it. Slap the rabbit. I've come here to the Museum of Glass precisely to make things just like this piece that I've never made before, patterns I've never used before. I can see what it's gonna be. I can see what it's gonna be. Looks totally amazing. That was awesome.
I'm Corey Metcalf, one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass, we're creating obviously stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win,
but, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass. Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the Legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
My name is Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
Not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the Glass Museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the Bridge of Glass.
Bridge of Glass is secretly a car. I think that's what
Kind of just looked at the Bridge of Glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, that if you kept doing it, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. We're gonna put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're excited that it would be fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the Bridge of Glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. They're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
Close up.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
Henry. I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist Program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the glass museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists. I've been involved in the kids, but
Whoa.
the Museum of Glass is creating a whole many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Sean Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we moved, but then reality kind of hit me, and I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass. I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. from Trenton, Kyoto, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the costs.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG hot shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about it in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. Glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
little bit of black glass, of course. Okay, so we welcome everyone to the museum. Now, my name is David. I'm your MC here today. Hi. If you have questions, let me know, okay? Raise your hand, shout my name. Now, if you've been watching Blown Away, it is a TV series on Netflix, and it talks a little bit about glass blowing. It's actually all about glass blowing. So we can introduce kind of ourselves to our equipment that we're working with and the heat that our team experiences. Now, here in Tacoma and really our Washington State area, we're the mecca of glass blowing. So personally, myself, I have a few friends who have moved out to our area just to continue their career from California and New York. So this is the area that a lot of people move to continue their glass blowing career. Now here, even in Tacoma, we're a very unique area since there is glass blowing taught both in our middle school and high school. It's one of the only places in the U.S. to do so. But here at the museum, we have two furnaces. This is the heart of our operation. This is where a lot of this molten material is being brought out. Now, it's very hot at this time, so I'm not going to open a lot of these chambers just because it is really hot. But we do have complimentary water, so when you enter the hot shop on your right-hand side, we do have some water. So everyone, let's stay hydrated, and we'll make sure to do the same here in the hot shop floor. Now, we are also using another chamber to make the glass more malleable and extend the working time. This one is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit in the center. We call it a glory hole. I don't know exactly where that name is coming from, although that's just the term it's been given for hundreds of years. Again, it's 2,300 degrees. The key difference is our furnace on our right is where our molten glass lives, while in the center, we use it to reheat the glass. Now, right now, we're focusing on a different project. We do have a visiting artist, but some of the glass making process is the prep work. So we're going to invest a lot of time into this project. Now, these lines that we're applying, this is an old Italian technique of applying decorative lines to the glass. So when you're going through the gallery, through the store, if you see glass that has lines, regardless if they're horizontal, vertical, or twisted, this is one way those lines can be applied, again called cane. So we're going to begin by organizing the cane. We want to make sure that the size and density of the color and the clear is all the same. This will ensure an evenly blown out and distributed bubble when it comes to the actual glass blowing part of our demonstration. Well, my name is David, so if you do have questions throughout the demonstration, let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name. I'm more than happy to come on over and talk about my glass blowing experience. I'm lucky, I'm one of the Hilltop Artists alumni, so I began to work with glass when I was about 13 here in our middle school. So it is an incredible place to be. And I'm more than happy to share my knowledge. Now, every single week here at the museum, we have a different visiting artist from across the globe. If you're familiar with the Blown Away TV series, one of the challengers and even the host herself, Catherine Gray, she's been here at the Museum of Glass. We have visiting artists every week. So this year we will host approximately 40 visiting artists. Our visiting artists are welcome to use our studio as however they like. We have a state-of-the-art studio. Some of this equipment is the largest in the glass blowing community. So oftentimes we get some artisans who rent out our studio to get their hands on our oversized equipment. Now, everyone, you're more than welcome to roam around the studio, check out the glass from the top balcony and in the gallery. The artwork that's made for this residency all belongs to our visiting artists, but eventually one piece will be left here at the museum and be shown or displayed either in our top balcony or in our galleries at the museum. Well, coming up at the museum, we do have a handful of different events coming up. This includes our visiting artist program as it continues. And everyone, I know, we just need a few minutes here to get everything ready and prepared. Again, we've already invested a lot of time to this. Question in the censor, yes. So how are the furnaces powered and fired? So our fuel source here at the museum is natural gas, and we have a lot of safety systems here at the museum. We have regulators, so essentially computers dictating the amount of airflow and gas for maximum use. So yeah, most studios don't have most of these safety systems that the museum has. We even have emergency shut-off valves at both ends of the museum. We have seismic sensors. We've gone all the way out. Question in our center. Come again? Do the furnaces burn 24/7 all year around? So this chamber in the center, I can open a little bit of it, but it's really hot. Now this one is on from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So although the museum opens at 10, we actually turn them on at 8 o'clock. So we turn them off at night to save energy. Here we can feel a little bit of the heat. I don't want to open too much of it because it is quite hot. Now this one is at 2,300 degrees. Now where all our molten material lives at, our furnace, this oven is left on all year around, so 365 days a year without a holiday break or weekend or vacation. It has the heart of a champion. And the one on your left-hand side is actually the newest furnace here at the museum, and it will be the future for about the next decade. I've seen a lot of horses made, but I've never seen definitely a horse like that before. It's like a war horse. Now, what happens is if it's left out in the open, it can break and crack. So we're going to set it on top of the garage. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll keep a close eye on it. There's a possibility, heck, there's a really high possibility that it's just going to burst or pop due to the ambient temperature shocking the molecules of the glass unevenly. So it's the molecules on the inside that are so stressed out that eventually cause it to burst or break, crack. For that reason, a lot of glass that ends up on our shop ground, I cannot hand away. It is a ticking time bomb. I don't know when that horse will break. It may be in 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 years, or even 500 years, but I know for a fact that it will break. So on our right-hand side of the pedestal, or the hot shop, we have a Mobius strip. A Mobius strip is an infinite line and an infinite side. So this is what we're going to be exploring here at the museum, is creating these unique shapes. Now, a Mobius strip like this has probably very little ever been explored in glass. So it's up to this team to translate how in the world do we create it, since we can't watch a YouTube video or even Google this information. Now, this is the second week of a 3-week-long residency. We began to explore this shape last week. After some success, but also some failure, we've kind of figured out a good way we can approach this idea. So we can now begin to make them a little bit more complicated, pushing scale or even applying color or pattern. Now our furnace contains 1,000 pounds of this molten material. Now, if you like to eat pancakes or waffles in the morning, you'll notice that honey tends to stick to your fork and knife. Now this is due to the viscosity of the material, so its thickness. Now the glass is very similar, that we can collect it by turning the rod inside of this furnace. Now, since day one as a glassmaker, you're always taught to turn the rod. Your instructor will always remind you to turn evenly both ways. What we're doing is counteracting gravity by creating centrifugal force. To ensure that our bubble will blow out evenly like a balloon and not like a potato, we can use different shaping tools like a wooden block. But here emerges our air bubble by blowing air through the blowpipe. Essentially, it is a metal straw. Now, this metal straw or blowpipe is specifically made for the process in front of us, so offhand, glass making. It's made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is a very poor conductor of heat. So if we take a close inspection, we can notice that this rod goes from its shininess to a dull gray and black. That darkened area is the danger zone. Oh, we're definitely ready for this next layer. So we want to make our sculpture large. We want to make it big. So we can repeat the process of gathering until we have enough glass. Now, we're never in a rush to gather the glass, because by waiting, we can gather more glass. Besides just gathering more material, instead of working harder, we're working smarter by turning the rod slower. Now, it is getting quite hot here at the museum. Now, our architect, Arthur D. Erickson, designed the museum with even a fan circulation system. So there's constant fresh air flowing to the hot shop floor. I would say it's cooler where I roam around than where our audience sits. Now, even at the very top, we have a fan to accelerate the hot air rising. So this shape is a very functional shape for glass blowing. And there's been studios built like this since the 1700s in Europe. Once again, we want our bubble to blow out evenly and symmetrically. We're looking for a balloon or a light bulb shape. So everyone, you're more than welcome to roam around. My favorite hangout spot is the top balcony. Although it's one of the hottest points, it's definitely one of the coolest spots also. When we see wood in the studio, we can always assume it's made out of some form of fruit wood, like cherry wood. We prefer fruit woods because they have a longer lifespan in our studio. An added bonus is it's fruit wood, so it smells like a barbecue when we do burn it. When we're using this reheating chamber at 2,300 degrees, we're not always staring directly inside. To minimize the heat and the glare that our beautiful eyes get, we can stare through a screen mesh that's on our shield. You'll notice each member here is playing a specific role. Now, the glass makers we see in front of us, this team has been hired by our visiting artist to translate his ideas into glass. Although he has some glass making experience, he has decided to hire a group to help him successfully transfer or translate all his ideas into glass. And we will learn about our visiting artist more, since last year he was granted a visiting artist residency from the renowned Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass-making school about 3 hours north from Tacoma. Now, another shaping tool we can use here in our studio is none other than just the Wall Street Journal. That's right, the Wall Street Journal. It's a great shaping tool. It's also a great read. But the Wall Street Journal does use a soy-based ink, which is less harmful when inhaled while burnt. So if you have this newspaper piling up at home, you can always bring it to the museum, and we're more than happy to recycle it for you. And just like last time, we're not in a rush to gather our next layer. If we have questions at any time, again, raise your hand or shout my name. I'm more than happy to come over and share my glass making experience and knowledge. Now it's creating centrifugal force that allows us to collect this glass. Now the basic ingredients to our glass is a silica sand soda lime. Now our glass is not your average glass. This glass is being brought to us from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. Out in Spruce Pine, they are mining a quartz mountain that gives us the basic component or ingredient to our material. Now this glass is specifically formulated for offhand glass making, so it is a top secret formula only the company knows. When we blow air through the blowpipe, it will always take the path of least resistance, so wherever it's hotter. So by using this newspaper pad, we can cool down certain areas we wish to remain thicker. Now at this point, we're creating a jack line. The jack line is the fancy term we glassmakers use to define the break-off section. This is how we separate our usable glass from the steel rod. We can also refer to this jack line as the crevice or neckline or weak spot. Now, a Mobius strip is a surface with one continuous side. So to create this basic shape, or complex shape really, we're going to create a basic plate. This plate can then be sliced, and we can manipulate this mass into the desired shape. And that's our plan. Now, since this is a continuation of this residency, we are pushing a little bit in the scale that we are working and also the complexity of this shape. Now, this is the basic glass blowing part of glass making. So glass blowing is very misleading since we're not always blowing through the blowpipe. When we're asked to blow, we blow about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Although it will vary, sometimes we're asked to blow lightly, while other times we're asked to blow hard. Now that we have a basic shape, a basic bubble with a break-off section, we can transfer it onto its next and final rod. Now, this next rod that is attached will only be temporary, so it will need to break later on in the demonstration. So we're looking for a perfect Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. With this new gather of glass, we will shape it into the next rod. To break it free, we use a few drops of water on the jack line. Now, when we tap the glass, it's the vibrations that cause the mass to break free. Now, personally, as a glass maker, I think this is the most difficult step, which is the centering. Here, we're just ensuring that the new rod is turning on the same plane as the sculpture itself. So we're minimizing the wobble as it's rotating. We adjust it in about within 10 seconds, and it's either going to be fixed or it will be lopsided. Well, on a beautiful day like today, I always recommend walking across Tacoma's waterfront on a beautiful sunny day like today. If you enjoy long walks on the beach, Tacoma has you covered with our waterfront about 10 minutes away from here. So to create our Mobius strip, we are going to create this basic plate shape. Now this plate is going to be really thick mass holds heat, so this will come into play later on. Well, it's now time to cut our massive glass. We are going to slice it so we can then begin to twist, turn it, and create our desired shape. Now, to slice this glass, we're going to use this intense flame. It's actually the hottest piece of equipment on our shop floor at approximately 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually hot enough to even boil away the clear glass. So we need to be careful not to overexpose the surface. Now we use most of these flames to get a specific area of the glass hot. Now this is because the reheating chamber gets everything hot. Oftentimes we don't need everything hot, we just need a certain area to be warm. Well, right now in our galleries, we are showing Preston Singletary and the Raven in the Box of Daylight. One of my personal favorite collections, can be found all the way at the very back with the noble men and women of Raven in the Box of Daylight. Again, you're more than welcome to roam around the Hot Shop studio. Eventually, one of these sculptures that are produced this afternoon will be left here and donated to the Museum of Glass to be part of our permanent collection. So the artwork that's made in our second half will have a home later on if chosen. Now, if you like to stay informed about the museum and our upcoming events, you can follow the Museum of Glass on all different platforms of social media, from Instagram to Twitter. We also have a YouTube channel where we live stream. Oftentimes we have colleges that are teaching the next generation of glass making, but you're more than welcome to join us as our next visiting artists take over our studio. And if you have questions, my name is David. I will be roaming around the Hot Shop studio, top balcony. Please feel free to ask a question or two. So our goal and our plan is to slowly shape this mass until we can create our Mobius strip. The last step we will take is to actually connect both points back to one another, and that will be one of the trickiest parts. Well, we've had a lot of success creating these Mobius strips by cutting away a small triangle away from the material that we have. Well, for our audience sticking with us, we are finishing up creating a Mobius strip. Now, our goal is to produce one of these Mobius strips that will later be donated to the museum and shown either in our top balcony or out in our galleries. Well, the shape that we are exploring, this Mobius strip, now eventually this afternoon we're creating hopefully one of these that will eventually be displayed here at the Museum of Glass. The way that a residency works is that the Museum of Glass has granted our visiting artists 6 days in our studio, broken into 3 weeks, 2 days a week. This is the middle of the residency, and we are currently exploring a Mobius strip. Now, last week you were exploring the steps to create this unique shape. Today we are really beginning to refine it. We've already had a lot of success using these techniques, so it's figuring out the smaller steps. Well, here we are refining what is the place where they join one another to create this continuous shape. Well, the last step that we will take is to prevent our glass from breaking or cracking. It's due to the ambient temperature that shocks the glass and the molecules that can cause the glass to break. For this reason, we will slowly cool it down in a controlled environment, which is the annealer on our right-hand side of the studio. This oven is sitting at 890 degrees and will be the home of everything that's produced here today. Well, everyone, we are just finishing up our Mobius strip. After this, we are going to continue. Hopefully, we have enough time to maybe make one or two more of these shapes, so at least one more of these pieces. Now, a little hot torch action on the bottom begins to heat up our massive glass. This glass is very fragile, so instead of tapping it free, we are just going to melt these two masses. Now that our piece is free from its rod, it will be placed inside of the annealer to cool down for the next several hours. Around dinner time tomorrow, we can open our annealer and view our finished artwork and hold it in our hands. But this sculpture is complete, and it's time for the next and final Mobius strip of our afternoon. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for stopping by. Happy Monday. Enjoy the rest of your wonderful day. It is a beautiful day here, nice and sunny. Well, Tacoma has you covered on such a beautiful day. We have our waterfront area just right around the corner. Now, we asked for a few minutes, but our demonstration will continue. Well, things are definitely going to get wild if you're heading out. Thank you so much for stopping by. If you're planning on sticking with us, it's going to get wild. We are going to create a decorative pattern here to continue our demonstration. All right, so things are going to get wild here. We asked for a few minutes to transition over to our next project. Well, my name is David. I'm your MC here today. If you have questions, let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday afternoon. Now, we are going to add some decorative lines to our glass to highlight some of the properties that a Mobius strip has. Yes. The one that we just finished takes approximately 1 hour to make. And we're going to make or you missed the final step. Oh no. No, unfortunately, but we will show images later on our Instagram if you're interested. You can follow the Museum of Glass, but we're going to add some decorative lines in the glass. But ours are going to be a lot more chaotic and crazy. We're just going to fold the lines. So right here we have these canes of glass. This is what we made last week. We made a bunch of these. So we pulled a few miles of this stuff. We break them up to about 4 inches, and we heated up a plate that's filled with these lines right now. We're just waiting a few minutes for them to preheat. We don't want them to fracture in any way. Even a small hairline fracture will be magnified by the properties of glass. So we're just going to give them a few minutes. We're also beginning to gather the mass of glass that will roll on the surface to adhere all of these canes. If we look at our pattern right here, we would have to transfer this into a tube, which means our mass or our bubble should be 1/3 the size of our length. So we need to eyeball it. We're looking for about 1/3. Again, pi 3.14. So let's gather up the material. Our mass or our glass is sitting inside of this oven at the same temperature as magma spewing out of a volcano. So 2,100 degrees. Due to the viscosity, we can dip the core and by turning, collect the glass. We're going to repeat the process of gathering until we have about 1/3 the size of our plate or our pattern that we've laid out. Perfect timing, by the way. So we're just about getting ready to apply some lines in our glass. Our lines, we want them very chaotic, though. So they will begin straight, but then we're just going to twist them, buckle them, let them fall, let them do their thing. Now we have a core of glass here. This is how we're going to adhere the next layer. Now the plate of glass is sitting on our left-hand side. Eventually we can bring it to the center. If you have questions, my name is David, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of this wonderful glass-making process. Now we're getting ready for our final gather of glass. This will act like a glue to allow the canes and the mass to fuse with one another. Hot glass likes to stick to anything that's hot, so as long as both masses are warm, they should fuse together. So directly behind me, we have our furnace. This is where all our molten material is being kept. And we have approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside of our furnace. What is he doing right here in the center? So on this plate, we have these decorative lines. We're fusing them to one another. And so this is what we're heating up. They should fuse to one another, and then when we roll on the surface, we should be able to just roll up all the canes in one take. And here we go. So when you're going through the gallery, through the store, if the glass has lines, this is one way that the lines can be applied. In this case, we are going to make them chaotic, but we could have easily kept them straight, twisted them, or made a really twisty design if we would have wanted to. So the chamber in front of us that we're using is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no glass inside. It is fire and heat. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. Now we want to minimize the texture that's on the glass. After all, we want to make it homogeneous with the lower or the core of glass. So we're going to use this steel table we call a marver to shape out and eliminate the texture. Now, it doesn't matter what color we work with. This is white colored glass, or at least the white lines, but it will always just look red and orange due to the intense heat that we work with. But as it cools, then we will see the real color of the glass. So he's using his bare hands as an aha. So the rod is made out of stainless steel or stainless steel alloy. So it's a very poor conductor of heat. Notice where his hands are, where it's still shiny. Where it discolors is the danger zone. Pretty much if we place our hand in there, guaranteed we're going home early. Severe burn. things are about to get really wild here. Again, we want to create a chaotic pattern with all these lines going in all different directions. The best way to create something like this with all these chaotic lines, just to make the glass chaotic. Let it fold on itself. So whenever we fold glass, although it looks very cool and we can see the properties, we always want to minimize air bubbles that are trapped on contact. So I do want to give everyone a heads up. We have about 35 minutes until closing. So we will go however far or as far as we can in this demonstration. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the hot shop floor. So this hot shop is very iconic, too, to glass makers. So we have a very big equipment here. It's actually some of the largest in the glass blowing community. So sometimes artists rent our studio just to get their hands on our oversized equipment. Now, we call this steel table a marver, although it's at the perfect height for sitting. It's even better for glass blowing or shaping. Now, we refer to it as a marver because traditionally, these tables were made out of marble. Nowadays, we can probably guess why we don't use that. Besides its price point, it can also break, so it is fragile also with hot glass. So at the same time that we've been creating this mass, we've also created a bubble on a blowpipe. What we've been doing on one rod is creating the actual bubble, and on the second rod, it's just been the pattern or the design that we want to utilize. So here shortly, we can apply the pattern to our bubble so it can be part of our sculpture. So our plan is to create almost a sphere and then place that sphere on top of the bubble, and then while that mass is hot, spread it evenly around the mass to produce a thin layer of this crazy pattern. Now, we want to minimize any air bubbles at all costs, so here we just saw us removing the air bubbles that can get trapped between layers. Of course, air bubbles can be magnified due to the properties of glass, so even a small impurity or air bubble can become a lot larger in the end result. So the drinking glasses that you have at home and what we produce here, so what's the differences, similarities? Oh man, this is a rabbit hole. There is no human hands that touch the glass that you buy and everywhere. You just can't compete with the price point. A whiskey glass we would have to sell for $30, $40, and that's just unfeasible sometimes. So glass blowing right now is changing. It's stayed alive for centuries by creating bowls, cups. It's not the case anymore. That industry is died essentially. So the new industry in glass is contemporary art. This is how it's going to stay alive for the next generations and not what we traditionally see as glass. So it must change, like everything. It has to change. So this is going to be our color overlay. This is usually how we apply color, but in this case, we're using it to apply a giant blob of patterned glass. So when we add another clear layer on the surface, it will just magnify this color or this layer of glass. So what we need to do is spread that mass evenly around the bubble. If we spread it unevenly, maybe there might be one side that has a lot more crazy lines than another. It's all about symmetry. Now, a lot of glass blowing is physics, how heat is transferred from one place to another. So eventually this will create a Mobius strip. Now, we're using these lines to really highlight the properties and the characteristics of a Mobius strip. Now, unfortunately, it takes about an hour to make one of these, which is not enough time. So our plan is once we're done applying this layer of pattern, we're going to create a basic cup. This cup will then be set inside of a controlled environment at 890 degrees. And then tomorrow morning we can fill it with glass and make our Mobius strip.